How is your Thursday treating you? I'm excited for 8 hours of sprints. Like, I'm ready to get some reading done, ready to get some work done. Like, I'm feeling very productive today. And I'm excited to be here with all of you and just have like a Thursday together. Like, I'm really pumped for it, to be honest. So today I'm working on 2 reads because I'm trying to just do kind of like a Goodreads clear out ahead of starting Vlogmas. So one of the books is one that I need to finish and get off my list. The other one is The Paradise Problem. So this one I'm actually starting today, which is not part of my Goodreads clean out. But I'm doing a buddy read with Katie because if you saw, I think it was posted here on YouTube, the short. It was definitely posted on Instagram and TikTok, but I think it was on YouTube too. I have a Goodreads Choice TBR, and Katie saw my TBR and was like, "Hey, do you want to buddy read this?" And I was like, yes, I do. Yes, I really do. So that's what I'm going to start off with today. By start off with, it will not be in the first sprint. The first sprint, I have a couple of things that I have to finish filming and editing. So the first sprint will be a work sprint. But the second sprint, when I read, I'm going to start with Paradise Problems. I only have to read the first 50 pages today. So I don't think that's going to take very long. Katie and I are doing like 50 pages a day because we have like so many other reads to do. Then when this is done, my 50 pages of this is done, I'm going to jump back into the B&K Book Club book, which what I have been doing is reading 1 story a day from this. But at this point, I kind of just want to make some good progress on this today. So I think I'm just going to read as many stories as I can. Now, that may only be 1 story. It depends on how the day goes. But, it might be more than 1. So first buddy read pages and then just as much of January's as I can read. I'm really enjoying this short story collection quite a bit. I do love Olivia Blake's writing though, so that's not overly shocking that I'm having a good time with this. Some of the stories are really short, some of them are really long. So by really long, it's still like a short story, but it's a couple hours on audio. So it just depends on the length of the stories, how many of these I will get through today and how long the first 50 pages of this takes. But I do not anticipate the first 50 pages of this taking a long time. Like it's Christina Lauren. That doesn't take long to read a Christina Lauren book. So these are my goals for today. Plus editing, filming, the booktube stuff that I also have to do. So that's the goal. And I'm sure I will be interrupted at some point to do, like household adulty things, but that's fine. That's fine. That's how the day goes. We're going to be here for 8 hours of reading and productivity. And then I will be off to Bones as I am every Thursday with my patrons. And I haven't even looked to see what episodes we're watching. So I need to look into that at some point during these sprints too. Running errands today, so probably won't get a chance to read with you. No worries, but I wanted to drop in and say hi. Thank you so much, More. How are you? Josh, how are you? I feel like I haven't seen you in ages. It's so good to see you. How are you doing? Reading Sirius Blooms at Night. I probably said that wrong. For your literature and gender class. Nice. Hi, Kelly. Starting chapter 16 of Whiskey Business. Nice. Kelsey, I saw this in Voxer that you were not loving your Christmas book. So I'm sorry to hear that. But you know what? It's best to just, if you're not enjoying it, put it down. Be done. We do not have to read books we do not like. It is not necessary. But you're going to be diving into Lauren Asher's Christmas book that came out today. That is very exciting. Hello, Kendra, reading a nonfiction called Scent of the Missing. So far, it's about training a search and rescue dog. That sounds cool. One day you get back into January. She will. It's fine. It's all good. That's what I've been doing is reading a story a day, but I did not read one yesterday. The day got away from me a little bit. I was reading Wheel of Time yesterday because I really need to finish Lords of Chaos. And I have to say, I'm very proud of myself. I have made it so far through Lords of Chaos. I think I'm at like the 70, like I'm in the 70 percentile. Hold on. 76% of the way through. I think yesterday when I started, I was like at 50%. So like 20 some percent yesterday of Lords of Chaos. That's a lot in Wheel of Time. Like that's a lot of reading. I'm very impressed with myself. Hello, Abs. Hope that everyone's having a good day. Reading 24 seconds from now. Hi, Steph. My plan for today is to finish the last 100 pages of Songbirds and The Heart of Stone. I should be able to do that in the first 2 sprints. I hope you are enjoying this much anticipated release for so many friends. Be back to A Touch of Gold and Madness, which is a friend rec from Rainy. Nice. I mean, if you need fantasy romance recs, Rainy's got you covered. Rainy has you covered. Hello, Glenda. Hi, Stacy. Reading Darling Girls. It's the first audio after reading a couple of physical. So I've been catching up on some stuff around the house while I listen. Lovely. And was this one on Goodreads Choice? Because I know you're working on the thriller Goodreads Choice list. Is this on that list? I paid so little attention to the thriller list that I don't really know what's on it other than the one book that I actually owned. Hi, ML. Getting ready for a lecture, but also I'm so close to the end of Academy of Liars. Honestly, can't tell if I like it. Gotcha. It withholds info from you. Mm-hmm. You know, sometimes you just don't know with those kind of books until it all comes together at the end, whether it was worth it or not. Got January's from the library yesterday. 2 stories read, so I'm working on that. Wonderful. I think I only have 1 story left in the summer section, which is the second section. Let me double check. Yes, I only have 1 story left in summer, and then I'll be moving on to autumn. Aoife, waiting for the train, leaves in 3 hours. And before that, I want to read the rom-commoners. Yes, that's how you say that. About 50% through, clean my house and get more of an ear warmer knitted. Hoping to get lots done today too. We are going to keep on the productivity train, friends. Finishing my book. I have been on for a month or 2. This is me with Lords of Chaos. I have been reading that book for at least 2 months. So I was so impressed that like yesterday, I was like, this cannot go into December. Like it just can't. I need to finish it up. Hi, Alicia. Just finished Make of a Man in January's and switching to A Winter in New York. I liked To Make a Man quite a bit. I really did. Hi, Julie. Working from the office today. Little less motivated because I know next week is a short week, but going into Thai lunch with a friend later. That's right. It's Thanksgiving for our American friends next week. Reading All the Truth I Can Stand. Hi, man. Just leaving work now, hoping to get some reading done when I get home. What are you reading? I hope so. I really hope so. Christina Lauren is hit or miss for me. I have loved some Christina Laurens and I have disliked some Christina Laurens, and then there's been some in between. My favorite would either be The Soulmate Equation or Love in Other Words, but like those are very different books, so it's hard to like pick one over the other because they're very different. Probably The Soulmate Equation, to be honest. When I get a chance to read, I'll be reading Merriment and Mayhem. It's the 4th book in an Amazon original under the Mistletoe collection. I need to read these short stories, the Under the Mistletoe collection, because it is my Patreon Buddy Reads book club pick for the month of November and December. And I have to do a spoiler vlog for these. So eventually I will be getting to this. Listening to My Heart is a Chainsaw while diamond painting. When I finish the section, sitting to read Witch of the Wild Things. Okay, have you started Witch of the Wild Things? Or are you just starting it? I'm going to be really interested to hear your thoughts. I ended up DNFing this book, but like I think it was more because I just don't like, I wanted it to be a contemporary romance and it was less that. Does that make sense? Like it was more like a contemporary fiction story, and that's just not what I went in expecting. So I think I went in with the wrong expectations, and that's what the problem was. Reading This Could Be Us by Kennedy Ryan on chapter 11. Enjoying it so far, and listening to Midnight Feast by Lucy Foley at 37%. I love the Midnight Feast. Hello, Ivy. 41% into Thornhenge. Love that book. Sorry, not 41%, 41 pages. Although that book's about 100 pages long, so it could be about 41%. And on page 245 of City of Bones, and I'll be switching back and forth. Thank you for this reminder. It really has. I mean, a master's degree in September, you are busy. So totally, totally fair. We're here when you have time, but like I understand. Could not be me. I am so impressed with anybody who takes their education to that level because it's so amazing. So like claps and totally understand that you've been so busy. Hi, Renee. Nicole, what are you doing here? It's so early in the morning for you. It's been a hot minute since I caught you live. It has been. And same for me, for you. I feel like this time of year is the most busy that, it's just crazy busy right now. I really want to read this book. I own it. It's right here. Nope, that's the wrong one. It's the one right next to it. I grabbed the wrong one. It's right here. Really want to read it at some point. Don't know when I'm going to get to that. Hello, Mona. Reading Pretend to Be His by Everly Summers. Yes, it is on the Goodreads Choice Awards. Okay. Good to know. Good to know for anyone who wants to pick it up too. Just like that is a trigger for a lot of people, obviously. So something to be aware of. Hi, Paula. I saw that you were sprinting. Hi, Bree. Trying to finish the Games Gods play today. You'll have to message me your thoughts because I'm assuming you can't tell me because I'm assuming you're vlogging this. But can you message me? Hi, Livia. How are you? Think if you like The Honeymooners, you will like Paradise Problem. They're really similar. I didn't read The Honeymooners, so I have no idea if I don't know. We'll find out with this one. I haven't read, I've read a lot of Christina Lauren's, but I certainly have not read the entire backlist because long. Reading Spark of the Everflame and listening to Fourth Wing. I also have to edit a video. Same. Actually, the one where this book is going to be in it. I'm currently editing this vlog as I read that last week. So you'll see that on Monday. About halfway through, it's all right. Agree that the main character is kind of annoying. Agree with you. I didn't make it to halfway. I think I read like 100 pages and then I was like, this is just not the vibe that I wanted. So I don't necessarily think it was a bad book. It was just like not for me book. Does that make sense? With that, we are at the end of the comments. So let's jump into our first sprint. We're going to do hour-long sprints for the next 8 hours. And I will see you in an hour. Hello. How did your sprint go, friends? I actually got a lot done during that sprint. I filmed a short for tomorrow to go up that I'm quite happy with, edited it, got it all ready to go. Um, I did a thumbnail, which if anyone was paying attention, you would have seen me with a Santa hat on for just a small period of time. But I needed to make a thumbnail for next week's video, not Monday's video. Monday's video is a vlog, but Saturday's video next week, not this Saturday, but the following one is holiday recommendations. So I needed to have my Santa hat on. And I started to make that thumbnail, but I took the picture and I've started to make it. And then what else did I do? Did the dishwasher, changed it up, did all the things. And I feel like I did something else. Oh, I finished editing Monday's vlog. That is done. I just need to export it, upload it, and do that part of the editing. But yeah, we'll get to it. I can't export and upload while I am live because it just doesn't work. The computer cannot handle all the things. We had so many people join during that sprint. I was trying to keep up with the hellos while we were live, or while I was working. I was popping in to say hello to everybody because we did have a lot of people joining us during that. And welcome to all of you again. I'm so glad to have you all here on the final 100 pages of A Conjuring of Light, and I'm almost too scared to finish it. Oh, you know what? That's always a sign of a great book. When you just are so scared for your characters to what's going to happen, how it's all going to turn out, if it's a series and you know there's going to be more books, like where the author is going to leave you, that's always a sign that you're enjoying your book. Got to chapter 18 and having a great time. Joining and starting the stationery shop for my in-person book club that I'm meeting on Sunday. Okay, so you've got a few days to get it done. This is me. Not for a book club, but I have a Libby hold that's coming up on Sunday. So I understand the rush to get it done. Also, hello, Chrissy. How are you? Got to 48%, 15%. Leandra has a new video out. I'm going to have to watch that. Oh, that's the other thing I did. I watched Vanessa's Reindeer Readathon TBR because there may be a B&K book club shown in there. So I got tagged and I was like, oh, I need to go watch that. And of course, it's fabulous. Finished spring section. Oh, A Sucker in Pain. And I'm doing some house chores. Yes, I am excited to dive back into January's today. I'm very excited for that. The next sprint though, I'm going to try and tackle most of my buddy read pages for today with Katie with the Paradise Problem. And then I'll jump into January's. 17% of the book, the Book of Witching. Loving the sprint hopping and picking up my December TBR. What's one book that you're most excited to read in December? Let me know. Hi, Kellen. Hadn't started reading yet, but will be reading in the coming sprint. Same. You know what? These sprints can be for anything that you need them to be for. So that's totally fine. Hi, Bethany. How are you? Trying to stay focused and work today. Yes. I'm sorry. I jump scared you. I didn't mean to. That was what was it, last Thursday when I had that horrible timer noise that Flocus was making? I was like, I can't. That's gonna jump scare us all day. Read 35 pages of Thornhenge. Have a stomachache and a migraine. I'm so sorry, Ivy. That sucks. Make sure to take rest if you need it. Doing my best though, absolutely. But take rest if you need it. Rest is important. Made my list and read 15 pages. Got to 62%. Very intrigued about where this is going, but also a little terrified. Did some laundry and started some lunch. Very nice. What are you having for lunch? Let me know, because I'm always intrigued of what people had. What did I have today? I already had lunch. Oh, I had leftover pulled pork and I put it in a protein wrap. It was so good. So good. We have like a fridge full of leftovers, which is always really nice to have. Like, there's just something fabulous about having a fridge full of leftovers because, first of all, if there's a night where like I just don't feel like cooking in the next couple of days, I don't have to. there's there's a fridge full of leftovers, grab a Tupperware container and have a good time. Everybody can just pick which one they want. Made it to 80 pages left and all the truth I can stand, but I need to get back to editing one of my author's books. So fun. Need to film videos today. I filmed that holiday recommendations video right before we went live. Like I was like, okay, I need to film this so that I can edit it later in the week so that patrons can have early access because I'm trying to get everything, like all my ducks in a row for doing Vlogmas. Because, oh, friends, do I have plans for you all for Vlogmas? I am so excited to do Vlogmas this year. There will not be, for anyone who has heard this before, you may have heard this before, there will not be videos every single day coming out on my channel. That's too much I feel like that's too much to watch for me to even like edit, but also for you all to keep up with because there's always like so many things to watch. But hold on. We have exciting information that just popped in. So what 1 second, friends, because I didn't tell you, but I'm not alone today. I have a friend. Nicole's here.
Hello.
Hello. This is so exciting because I feel like Nicole and I have known each other for a really long time, but we have never been on screen together.
I know.
How that's
let
possible?
that happen?
I don't know. I don't even know how that's possible, but here we are. We're righting the wrong. Nicole, since you haven't been here before, do you want to just like introduce your channel and stuff too?
Sure. Yeah. So, yeah, I also have a YouTube channel. I do BookTube, and it's Noteworthy Fiction is the name of my channel, and my name is at the end of it to slightly help with that. And yeah, I read. What do I read? I read a mix of things, but I love classics. So I share a lot of classics on there. I love really big books.
You do.
And yeah, so, but I also like reading like just a lot of different genres on the side as well. So I'm in the middle of Warbreaker.
Oh, you're a little ahead of me in the Cosmere because I just read Well of Ascension. Yes, Well of Ascension.
Oh yeah, I know there's like, and see, this gets into me like with my fantasy. Like I know there is like an order in the Cosmere, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm starting with Warbreaker because it's a standalone.
Yeah, that's fair. That's totally fair. We're reading it in the Patreon, so we're doing the first 3 Mistborn and then Warbreaker. So I'm not far from it because all I have to read is Hero of Ages and then I'm on to Warbreaker. So I'm getting there. And also, Nicole, you do read a lot of classics, but the other day on your sprints, you were reading one that I had read because normally I pop into your sprints and I'm like, I've not read that book. So when you were reading Culvers and Clay last week, I was like, I've actually read that book.
Oh my gosh. Oh, and I just last week went and saw the opera of it.
Ooh.
So good.
Was it so good?
So good.
I mean,
Yeah.
I haven't read that book in years, but like I remember really liking it when I read it. So
Yeah, I was the same, and I was rereading it just for the opera. Um, and warning, if you do the audiobook of it, one, the audiobook is really good. But there is unscribed, an abridged, and an unabridged version.
Oh, so make sure you pick the right one.
Yep, because it's the same cover, color, and like I need it to like have flashing lights saying this is abridged because clearly I accidentally listened to the abridged version.
That's fair.
So
I do wish they were more transparent about this. This happened to me not an abridged and an unabridged version, but when I read A Man Called Uwe, my library had 2 copies of the audiobook that you could like put on hold separately. So I just put them both on hold and was like, well, the first one that gets here will be the one that I do. And the one that I got was a soundtrack audio. So it played music behind the audio the entire time. And I was like, I would have liked to have known that. Like,
right. Like, because it's sometimes like, well, that's not bad, but could you have warned me?
literally, I was like, this is a bit distracting. But after a couple chapters, like, you know, you
You get used to it.
you got used to it, but it was a little strange at first.
Yeah. No, I totally get that. And I
Well,
mean it worked out because by the time I was done with the audiobook, which was about like 4 hours long, I realized, well, I am going to see an opera that's going to be 3 hours long. So what are the chances that they've cut out the same things?
yeah.
And it was pretty close.
Oh, that
So
worked out then.
yeah, so it
Yeah,
worked out.
that's good.
But I highly recommend the opera. And talk about cool things. I did not realize this. That was actually the world premiere of the opera.
That's so cool.
I know. I didn't realize that. We went to opening night, so it was literally the first time the opera had ever been performed in public.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I have never been to an opera, which is something that I would love to do someday. I don't think we have like an actual company or anything here that does them. Every once in a while we'll get a musical here, which I do love a musical, which is why I think I would probably love an opera because like it's musical adjacent.
With a lot more drama and
Right.
depth involved.
Exactly. It's different, but it's like adjacent, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, speaking of musicals, are you going to go see Wicked this weekend or at all?
I don't know. So I've seen the musical.
Yes.
I've read the book.
Yes.
And so I don't know because I've done the like musical film thing before and
It's hit or miss.
ironically yeah.
Mhm.
And the funny thing about me is I love operas, musicals,
Fair.
I don't know why. So
Fair. I feel like as a musical lover, I have to go to Wicked.
you do. You do.
Like I just have to.
Yeah.
Even though I'm like again, like you said, musical adapted to movies are hit or miss. I personally prefer like what they did with like Hamilton where they actually just film the Broadway show
Yep. I
and
would prefer that
release
too.
it that way. That's more my preference, but you know what? I'll take it. Am I going this weekend? Absolutely not, because I cannot even imagine.
Right. Oh yeah. No way. No
No.
way.
And
And
like
see, I think my other hesitancy is that when I saw Wicked, we were living in Cleveland that has
mhm.
like a musical theater district.
Yes.
So I saw it for free because a friend paid for it, but in Cleveland with the original Broadway cast.
Oh,
So
lovely. Top tier.
yeah.
Yeah, that
So
cast is fabulous.
I know.
Like the best.
Yeah. So now I'm like, am I also going to be fighting comparison?
100% you would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think we all are to some extent because I mean, everyone has at least heard the song. Like even if you
Exactly.
haven't seen the original play, you've heard the soundtrack. Like
Exactly.
you
Yeah.
you've heard them sing the songs. You've heard Defying Gravity at its best.
Yep.
Um, but I've heard obviously they released some of the songs ahead of time. So like they of course Ariana Grande can sing. Like, you know, like it'll be fine. But um I'm still, you know, nervous about it.
Yeah.
Oh, you're on the third Mistborn book too. I am about to start that whenever the audiobook is gifted to me,
Fair.
which I don't know when, probably after Christmas at this point, which is fine because like I really don't need to read it now. That would be fine. Especially if you listen at 2 times speed. Been to one opera, nice. A niche one. Opera about fish, that is a niche one. I would agree. What was the name of it?
Sounds
Hope
fun.
hoping they're getting Wicked right in this version since they're doing it as a 2-movie set. That yeah, there's definitely some nerves about like, did they do it right? We'll see how it goes as it goes this weekend. I'm sure we'll see it on every TikTok, Instagram. It will be everywhere, people's critiques of this movie.
Oh, I bet.
It's gonna be everywhere because it's a highly anticipated movie. But like I said, I'm not going this weekend because I cannot even imagine the crowds for Wicked this weekend. Also, I think I might go Tuesday just because we have cheap movie tickets on Tuesday.
Oh,
And
yeah.
movies are expensive.
Yeah.
Like really expensive for no reason.
Yeah. 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 They're
Um,
crazy.
they are so crazy expensive. With that, I'm just gonna star the comments, and we're gonna head into a sprint. Um, and I'll see you all in an hour. Hello, we're back. How did everybody's sprint go? Nicole, how did you do?
Mine went well. I feel like I somehow managed to get a lot done. So,
Isn't that great when that happens? That was me in the last sprint. I was like, I got so much done.
exactly. Yeah. I listened to Warbreaker. I cleaned my bathroom. I talked to my mom. I had lunch. I started my buddy read.
I love it. That's a good list.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
It
a
was an
really good list.
amazing, like, power hour or something.
That was a really good list. I was basically reading the whole time. I did go get coffee because I was getting the afternoon tired time, you know?
Yep. Yep.
So I was
And
like,
what are you reading? What is your book about? I've
I'm
totally
reading
missed.
Paradise Problems, which it's a good thing you asked me after I read the first little bit of this, because had you asked me in the last sprint, I would have went, no idea. So basically, they fake date in not fake date. They both get married to each other in college so that they can live in family housing.
Oh.
So as soon as college is over, they get a divorce. Or she thinks they're divorced. Come to find out they're not.
Uh-oh.
He needed to stay married for 5 years to get his inheritance, but she wasn't aware that that's what she signed because she didn't like read all the fine print. So now he needs her to come to a family wedding, and she's just like finding out she's still married. And it really feels like when Ross told Rachel that they were still married from Friends, if anyone remembers that moment. That's how it felt like.
Ooh.
So I think it's like a second chance romance, marriage of convenience situation.
Nice. Nice. I like it.
Yeah, me too. It's on the Goodreads Choice Awards, which is how it became part of my currently reading. I need to read this sooner rather than later stack.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
So I
Oh, and I get like the title connection with the Paradise Problem.
and they're going to a private island for this wedding. So they're going to paradise basically.
Right.
And I'm assuming they fall in love because it's a romance.
Right.
I would make that assumption.
Right.
But I got 42 pages in, and I only have to get to page 50 for my buddy read today. So like I'm very close to finishing up those buddy read pages. And then after that, I'm going to switch to Olivia Blake's January's.
Nice.
Oh.
Nice. Yeah, I'll be switching to Oscar and Lucinda, which can I just point out, my cover is not as cool as this cover.
I didn't know what cover to go with, and I was like, this is the one Storygraph popped up. So I was like, okay, we'll go with it.
Is that Rafe Fiennes?
Oh, it might be. I don't know. Maybe is it a movie? So you think this is the movie cover?
That's what I'm wondering.
It might be.
Which is like increasing my interest in seeing the movie.
Look what I did, everyone. I didn't even mean to. So funny. You never know with covers because there's so many, like, there's so many covers to, like, every book has like 10 covers, especially if it's an older book and it's been, printed out,
Yeah.
X number of times.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and I was like,
Well, and
I was
I
like,
have the Everyman's Library edition, and
oh,
they always just put the author on the cover. So,
yes. I've read one book in that edition, and it was years ago. I read The Name of the Rose.
oh, Myrtle Echo.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I had a hard time getting through that book, I'm not gonna lie.
Heard. I own it, and I'm scared.
I fair. I think I gave it, like, 2 stars. I was like, I get that it's a classic, but, like, at the same time, like, not all classics are good. Okay?
And I've heard it's just flat out hard.
It is. I don't remember there being chapters, to be honest. It was one of those ones.
Oh.
But that's not as bad as I remember I read a book, years ago, and I can't remember what it was, but it's a classic, and, there was no, like, punctuation for, like, pages. Like, there was no like, sentences would run for pages. And I'd be like, "This is unnecessary."
Right. Right.
Unnecessary.
Like, I don't need to guess the punctuation for you. Like,
No. No. And, like, yes, it is a feat that you can make a sentence that long without somehow making it a run-on sentence or something, but, like, we don't need to try. Like, it was unnecessary. I was like, "Why?" I can't think of what it was. I'll have to see if it comes back to me. Ivy finished a book. Yay.
Yay.
And Ivy, I hope you loved this book. I gave it a 4. I really liked this like darker fairy tale retelling. So let me know what you thought. I know that you said you might not be back, but the next comment, we came back. So hello. 34 minutes left in Songbird. So I'm going to mute you for the chat. No worries. Always a good option if you are close to finishing a book or doing something or whatever. Always feel free to mute us. 4 stars right now. I hope the ending is good. Fingers crossed for you. I know this is a very big release this week for a lot of people. This is, Nicole, I don't know if you know, this is the 3rd book in the Serpent and the Wings of Night series. And it came out this week. So people are very excited.
Yeah, I could see that.
Much anticipated. Got to 63%. Love a doom scroll sprint. I love it. It's a good brain break. It's a great way to just rest your brain because it takes really you can just kind of zone into it for a little bit. Need to get some lunch and get back on track. Got an email out to our book club and edited 18 pages. Read 14 pages and have 75% left in A Betrayal of Storms. Got to chapter 22. About to eat lunch. Have you on the TV. Finish 1 chapter of Zodiac Academy during lunch. Okay, Jean, I don't know if you're still here because I know that you are kind of watching while working and stuff. So you may not be able to answer this question. But which Zodiac Academy are you on now? I feel like I'm gonna throw it out that it's 8, but I'm not sure. But I have been here for the whole, like through sprints, through the whole journey over the years of Zodiac Academy. And like, it's fun to watch people read a whole series through your sprints. Like it is one of the joys of doing this is like watching someone like read an entire like thing. I've enjoyed it wholeheartedly. Finished all the work I had to do. Yes. Now I can continue with Dead Silence. Working in that sprint. I'm a part-time online online tutor. That's cool. Read 2 chapters. There you go.
It is Ray Fiennes. Okay. And I'm reading Oscar and Lucinda. That's the name of the book.
Yeah, I had never heard of this book until I just looked it up right now, which is not uncommon when I see what you're reading. That's why I was very excited the other day when you were reading a book I'd actually read.
Yeah. It won the Booker Prize a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a really interesting story so far, but yeah.
We'll see how it goes. Gotcha. Took a little break from reading and watched some YouTube. Nice. Zoomed in and yes, it's the movie. Yes, it is. I've seen it and it was good. Perfect. There you go.
Oh, and Kate Blanchett. Okay.
Oh, now that you say that, that is who that is on the cover.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's the dark, like the really dark colored hair that's confusing me.
Yeah, because I'm used to seeing her blonde.
Yeah.
Yeah. That should actually have been 25% left in Betrayal of Storms. Got to 75%. Oh, even better. I guess right. Zodiac Academy 8. Look at me. I'm proud of myself. Found you when I was reading the first one in December of 2022. That's what I mean. I have been here for the whole Zodiac Academy thing. I've read the first one. It's not for me, but I know so many people love it. But I'm not a bully romance reader. Like that, it's just not a subgenre that I like. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just not like something I gravitate toward.
Yeah, and I found that like dark academia can be very like I am either okay with it or really just don't like it.
That's fair.
I just find it too depressing at times.
That's very fair. See, the more depressing, the better, to be honest.
Oh, I like my depression to come in other types of genres.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm one of those people that I'm like, I want to feel something. Like I want to feel something in a book. And when like I read a book recently and I was like, the problem is they should be killing people in this book, but everything's just kind of working out okay. And like, that's just not working for me. Do you know what I mean? Like,
More people need to die.
the stakes should be higher than they currently are. Like with what's happening around you, the fact that everyone is miraculously surviving just
Yeah.
just doesn't work because like in real life
Right.
they wouldn't.
Right. 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 It's like if you have like a fantasy and you have a war in there and no one's injured or any. Yeah. Yeah.
It just I understand that like you want to keep your characters and all that stuff, but like it does take a little bit of the and it's fantasy, so I guess you can do whatever you want. But you know, there's laws of nature that do play into it. Oh, cool, Danielle. Love that. Everyone, check it out. Forgot to thaw bread, so lunch is a wrap today. Totally understand this. Taking something out of the freezer in the morning is something that for some reason years into adulting I still struggle to remember. Like you think it would just be like part of the morning routine at this point. Nope, it's not. And then I go to make dinner and I'm like everything is frozen.
I just had to like build it into dinner time. Like the best and like I say this as if I'm still doing this. I'm not. But the best I ever did was when part of making dinner was just pulling something out of the freezer. And I just
For
did it
like the next
every
day.
single day.
Now that's a brilliant idea. Maybe that's what I should adopt. That's a good idea. Because
So I
I'm
was like, what's the worst that's going to happen? I'm going to have two things defrosted at the same time.
yeah, it's not like you're not going to eat it. Yeah, that's a good idea. Gotcha chapter 12. So this could be Us by Kennedy Ryan. Enjoying it so far and listening to the Midnight Feast at 51%. I loved Lucy Foley's Midnight Feast. It's up there with my favorite Lucy Foley. The guest list is still my favorite, but this is a close second for Lucy Foley. Some friends have asked, why are you still continuing and enjoying it and want to know how it ends? But at certain points, I'm like, I read how many books and how many thousand pages? Fair. I think also at that point, though, when you've invested that much time and energy into a book, the thought of not getting to the conclusion of it, just you're like, but I've invested so much time that like I need to know how it ends. I kind of feel that way with Wheel of Time at this moment in time, where I've invested. Like, I've read 7,000 pages of Wheel of Time this year. And am I a little bit fatigued of Wheel of Time? 100%. But, like, I also know if I take a break, I'm never coming back.
Right.
Or I'll
Yeah.
never know what I'm coming back to. Like, I'll be like, who's this? Who's that? What? Who? What? Now?
Right. You'll be like, I made it to book 7. Now I need to start back at book 1.
Not happening.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. No, I can totally relate to that. And I don't know how. I did not realize that the Zodiac Academy was such a long series.
I don't even think it's done.
I did not. You know what it is? I think it's because on YouTube, you really only see people talk about like book
The
1 through
early ones.
3.
Mhm.
Mm.
And there's a spin-off series, or maybe even more than one. So, like, it's a commitment.
That is.
It's a commitment, and I know a lot of people love it. I read the first and was like, "It's just not." I just don't do bully romances, so, like, that's why. But apparently everyone is dying in it now.
Like that very, very, very minor character. But that shows good characterization and like,
Yeah.
that's what you get from that commitment to a series.
Mhm. Spring Hop chatted with my son, listened to some of Fourth Wing, and decided the book for Donna's 72-hour birthday celebration. When is that happening? Is that this weekend?
I haven't seen that. I don't
Let
know.
me know if that's this weekend, please, and thank you. Here's the thing, everyone. We have so many friends here on BookTube, and they're all doing such amazing things that it's very easy that I miss or forget. Something is
Yeah, because I'm trying to think like I don't feel like I mean it's the perpetually behind on watching everything,
always,
but I
always.
see the thumbnails and I don't feel like unless it wasn't something she put in her thumbnail.
Yeah, or maybe she posted on Instagram, which is very possible that I missed it over there, which is very possible because Yeah, that bingo. That's what happened. Okay, friends, before we go into this sprint, we just had Liv join us and Rainy join us. Hello, hello. I just wanted to say hello before we jump back into a sprint. I will star the comments and I will see you all in an hour. Hello, friends. We are back. How did your sprint go? Let us know in the comments. Nicole, how was your sprint?
It was good. I continued to get things done. I'm in the middle of trying to convince my previous pest control company, as in previous house that I owned, that they should stop charging me for that service.
That makes sense since you don't own the house any longer.
Yeah, haven't lived there. They're no longer serving it.
Like,
And
I'm
now,
not there, you're not there. Why am I paying money?
yeah, yeah. It's a
That's
pretty basic
valid.
conversation that seems to be very difficult to communicate.
Isn't that always the way when it's like the most obvious thing, but like for some reason getting out of it is like a whole process?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's been a process I've been working on since August.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
This is why I hate moving, because these are the kind of things that pop up when you move, like the littlest things. I'm
right, right. Like, it
like,
can't be like anything major. It's like some random thing that's just gonna be like, and I
yeah.
mean, we've changed our account, so I'm not actually being charged. I'm just receiving a bill from them every month.
Gotta love it. Gotta
Yeah.
love that.
This month they were like, weird, we don't have any of your contact information on your account because I don't have an account with you guys anymore.
Right. Yeah. Gotta love it. Gotta love it, friend.
Yeah. So I did that, and then I did start reading in Oscar and Lucinda. So
Nice.
yeah.
I did not read during that sprint. I was filming and doing stuff. So I made a TikTok for Friday. No, not Friday, Saturday. It's to go up at the same time as Timmy's TBR. It's like a nod to the video. And I jumped on the walking pad and I watched Kelsey's new vlog, which Kelsey is probably not here, but Kelsey, if you're here, I'm so proud of you for putting out a 20-minute vlog, because it's a running joke that Kelsey, because she does short form, her vlogs are like teeny, teeny, tiny. And I'm like, I don't know how you do this. Mine, I talk about 2 books. My vlog for Monday has 2 books in it. It's 35 minutes long. Like, I'm like, how do you talk so fast? I don't know how she does it. So yeah, I watched that and I feel like I did something else, but I can't remember what it was. So I'm sure I
Yeah.
did.
Yep, yeah, yeah. No, and I totally get that feeling because I mentioned I had in my email that I was like, oh, I need to film my Saturday thing before I
Mhm.
come on. And it's probably going to be like a 10-15 minute video, but somehow the filming of it is 40 minutes. I was like, what did I do?
This is me earlier today. I filmed a holiday recommendations video that'll be on like a week. And guaranteed that video when I edit down is going to be 15 minutes. You know what I mean? Like really 15, 20 maximum, like absolutely max. I have almost an hour of raw footage. And I'm like, what was I doing for an hour? I mean, some of it's reading the synopses of the books because let's be honest, yes, I read them, but I don't remember. Um, and some of them I haven't read, but some of it's like the child coming down to ask me a question, so I have to cut all that.
Yep, mine was the street cleaner.
Yes.
And like the entire time we've lived in our new home, we have not had the street cleaner come by, so I couldn't figure out what the noise was. And it would get like super loud all of a sudden, and then it would fade away because it was like doing circles in the different
Right.
cultures.
As it got like closer or further away from the house.
Yeah. So I know at least 10 minutes of that footage is me going,
This is literally like I will look at my footage and I'll be like, how do I have so much? Like, and then the video's done and I'm like, I cut out more than 50%. Like it's not even like it's not a 1-to-1 ratio. It's literally 75% is gone. And all that remains is like 25% of what I filmed. Like, what am I doing? I say the same thing like 6 times.
yeah,
It's I don't even understand.
yeah.
It happens every time. I saw Vanessa's story last night and I messaged her and I was like, yes. And she's like, why does a 20-minute video take 2 hours to edit? And I was like, I don't know, but like it does. I I don't know the answers to these questions. Some people can edit really fast and I'm like, I'm not that person. I'm too picky, I think. Maybe that's the problem, but or I'm
I
just
don't
good
know,
at it.
because
I need to build my skills.
yeah, yeah. I don't know though, because like I will definitely leave like some awkward things in. Like I'll cut, but I'm not like making sure my cuts are personal, you're or perfect. And
Mhm.
I mean, there's stuff that I'm like close enough,
Oh,
but it's
100%.
still it's like taking forever. Yeah.
It takes forever. I'm like, I don't know. And I'm sure it's also because like I'm not editing for 2 hours solidly. Like I'm getting distracted by something on my phone or like you don't take out all those like distractionary bits, but like they're
Yeah.
happening. Like I'm on Voxer now listening to whoever sent me a message, as we do.
Mhm. It's true.
Voxer is a time I lose hours in a day to I'm starting 2 buddy reads. I'm like, I'm gonna be on Voxer for hours now. It'll
Mhm.
be fine. Kelly got to chapter 25, listen to music, and now I'm making pumpkin spice muffins. That sounds delicious.
Mhm.
Delicious. Read 2 more chapters. Read 19 pages. My e-reader is being very mean though. It took me 5 pages to get from page 1 to page 2. I despise how Kindle counts its pages. Like
Yes. Like I don't need that in my life. Like
it's discouraging. It really is. It's just unfair. This is why when I did the booktube or choose my pages challenge, I couldn't do Kindle for that whole week because I was like, there's no way for me to actually know
right.
how many pages I'm reading on here. Like, because Kindle pages are just so they have no meaning. They mean nothing. Just tell them you want to cancel your service and it was effective the date that you moved out. They owe you money, but it's already canceled, right?
Oh, I've been telling them this since August. And I think what it's coming down to, the problem is that the person who I talk to on the phone is not the person who, like, they can put in that the correction needs to be made, but they're not the people who can cancel this like renewal that's happening because it's
Right.
not even an auto renewal. Like even that part is messed up. And then in addition to that, when I call, it's not like they don't have a way for you to call your local pest control. It's calling the national company. And then
Like
they have to send the
somewhere
message.
off with a phone
Mhm.
service. Mm.
Yeah. So I'm not paying for it. Like, but what is happening is I'm being billed, and every month they've had to credit the amount back to my account. And I'm like, but I don't have an account. Like, cancel the account. I don't know.
It seems like such like even on their end, you think they just want to fix it so that they could stop having to do all this like roundabout work
Right,
on their
right,
back end for
right.
no reason.
And then last month, the person did at the end of our hour-long conversation have the nerve to be like, well, would you like to set us up at your new place?
No,
No,
no, I would not.
absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Yeah, I find any time when you have to like call into some sort of service, it is never an easy, you never get to talk to the person you need to talk to like the first time. Like you get sent to this person, then they're like, no, you actually need to go to this department and they'll send like it's a whole situation every time. I don't know why we can't somehow figure out how to condense this into an easier system, but apparently we can't. Joshua had dinner and read a few pages, trying to read 50 pages a day of this book. I have almost reached my goal. Nice. Finished editing the book launch video and showered. I get to read in the next sprint. We love it when we get our tasks done and we can finally just like sit and read. We finished Songbird. We have mixed feelings. Didn't hate it, but it's also not my favorite either. I'm curious how people are feeling towards this one. So I've heard a few people, which I don't know who of them are vlogging and who of them are not. So I don't want to spoil anybody's vlog by saying who liked what and who liked what where. But I do know that there is a few people, because I know a lot of people who are reading this book, and I've heard mixed reviews on this book from multiple places. Like I've heard some people loving it, some people a little bit disappointed. Like I've heard it all. So I don't know, because I'm not continuing with the series, but you know, I
You
feel
just
like
get
it's
to
hard.
watch.
Yeah, I'm just watching. I'm just watching from afar. But I feel like it's hard with when the first book in a series is super, super popular, for an author to like wrap it in a way that everybody's happy.
Yeah,
That's
that's true.
hard. It's really hard. It's hard to do. I don't know if this is the last book, but I somehow think that it is. Somebody who reads more fanro than me will have to answer that in the comments, but I feel like this is the last book in the series.
Okay.
Finished Dead
That'll be my
Silence.
cousin Rachel.
Nice. I've heard great things about Dead Silence. Great things. I need to read a Daphne du Maurier book. I really want to read Rebecca because I think I will really like it. Considering I like Dracula, like I feel like I will like Rebecca.
Yeah, I could see that.
I think so too. Updated Nana on a phone call about next week, paid and scheduled bills, made a grocery list, and now it's time to get the kiddos. I will be back. Sounds good. Drive safe. Also, a lot of productivity happened, Alicia. Great job. 85% into Darling Girls. Gavin is having a holiday movie watch along in 10 minutes. That's fun. And then Bones tonight. I will be there with you, hoping to finish it somewhere between there and here, fitting it in among the watch alongs and the fun times, which is fair. I still need to look and see what episodes we're watching tonight, because I mean I scheduled it, so somewhere I knew, but like I know.
Right. That was then. This is now.
And I send out like the whole links for the month at the start of the month. So I scheduled that like 3 weeks ago. So I don't remember what we're doing. Not a clue. It's fine. I just realistically, Disney Plus knows which is the next one. It'll just continue where I left off last week. I don't really need to know. Just got home from the gym. Arms are dead, but good job working out, Vanessa. That's good. Hello. Then I got into work. Oh no. New boss sucks. Oh, that sucks.
Oh.
Basically told everyone to commit insurance fraud. Well, that's more than sucks. That's a crime.
Right.
That's a whole other level. It's not the last book. Okay, cool. I wasn't 100% sure. So that's why I was like, someone in the comments, please tell me what I'm supposed to be doing. Oh, got you. So there's 3 sets of duologies. Okay.
So is it the last one in that duology then?
That would be the first one in the next one.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. Because that one I know it's the 3rd book. So that must be the first one in the next one.
Next set.
I wasn't sure if it was a trilogy though, because
Right.
yeah.
Yes.
Actually, not reading. I'm playing Switch. I support this life choice. What are you playing on Switch though? I need to know this answer. Hello, Kayla. Reading The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison and The XX by Aaron Sterling. Both great choices. Very different choices.
That's what I was going to say. I was like, those are totally different. But like, I feel like I'd need to do that too. Like, if I'm going to read Toni Morrison and she's going to rip my heart out and just, I need like healing.
100%. It's when you're going to read a really heavy book, sometimes it's nice to just have something like light to break up the heaviness of your heavy read. And Toni Morrison does tend to have a heavier read. Very good. I've only ever given 5 stars to a Toni Morrison book, but heavy. Ooh, Smurf's Dream. I don't know what this is, but it sounds fun.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you have a great time. We're at the end of the comments. Oh, look at us. We're doing so well today, Nicole. I have to say. You and I are killing it here, keeping up with the timer and being productive today. So we only have 22 seconds. So what we'll probably do is we'll just start the sprint, but I'm not going to fix the timer. We're just gonna let it roll. And I will see you all in a little over an hour. Hello, friends. How was your sprint? Nicole, how did you do?
I did well. I actually listened to some more of Warbreaker. I went for a walk.
Oh,
So,
really?
yeah, which I don't know, was a little more harrowing than I was thinking it was going to be. It's snowing here.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. I
yeah,
Is this like
yeah.
the first time you've seen snow this year, or is it like commonplace to have snow this early where you are?
I don't know how common it is, but it is our first snow.
Okay.
But just as I left, I was texting my best friend and I was like, yeah, we got snow, but it's not really sticking to anything. It's just like
Flakes. Yeah.
floating in the air and really wet. And then, like, halfway through my walk, I'm like,
Never mind.
what is happening? And now, of course, like 30 minutes after getting back, there's like snow over everything. And I'm like, okay, well, whatever.
Wow. Oh, it's too early for snow. I know there are parts of Canada that has snow already. I don't live in that part of Canada. We don't get snow this early, thankfully.
Yeah, where I used to live in Virginia, so I'm not used to seeing snow every year, and certainly not until January, February. So I'm like,
Oh, okay.
what is this going to be?
Yeah, we don't typically like we might have, like you said, like the flakes that fall but don't really stick, or like maybe stick for 5 seconds and then like melt very quickly. We'll get that. Again, I live on the coast, so the ocean regulates our temperature a little bit and regulates our weather, which I appreciate a lot because I do know some parts of Canada already have snow and cold. I I don't live there. So we'll get that, but we won't get like snow typically until January. Sometimes we'll get it in December, but like most of the time I have a green Christmas, which for Canada I think throws people off that I more often not have green Christmases. But once the snow comes,
It's
we have
there.
snow.
Yeah, I've heard that the weather where I am is more or less so similar. Like I'm in the Midwest,
Mhm.
but I'm not in like the Minnesota
You're
part
not
of
where like Katie and Bethany are, who have already had snowstorms, because I know they
it.
both told me they had snowstorms, and I was like, you can keep that.
Right. Yeah. No, we're not there. And like we're in a weird part of the Midwest where like I still haven't figured out where our weather's coming from. Sometimes it comes from the west, sometimes it's coming up from the south.
Mhm.
So like we're getting snow today and then by Tuesday it's supposed to be 60.
That's okay. You have very similar weather to me here. That's literally Nova Scotia weather is one day freezing snow. The next day you could have sun and like it's beautiful, the snow is melting, and then the next day it's ice storm. Like it, and sometimes throughout the day it could change drastically. Like you could have beautiful sun and then the next thing you know it's an ice situation. So like
Yeah.
you just kind of got to go with it because you just never know what the north is going to push down on you here or what the south is going to push up. Like we get it from both directions and it really does affect our weather significantly.
Yep. And I think I'm starting to realize I think that's exactly the situation here. Is it's
Mhm.
like we get our nice warm weather. It'll come up off the Gulf of Mexico
Yes.
through like Louisiana, all of
Yep.
that. Or we could get like El Nino coming through California, but it went over the Rocky Mountains first. And so, or maybe it came super down from Canada. And
Yeah. It's a fun time. But like I said, I don't complain too much because when Cassidy's talking about like negative 40 Celsius, I'm like, no.
yeah, no,
We don't
no,
see that kind of cold where I live. Like we don't that's not my life existence. I don't live in that part of Canada, thankfully. Now, we'll still get like negative 20, which is still very cold. But it's like not frostbite as soon as you open your door kind of cold.
right, right. Like the liquid on your eyes isn't trying to freeze. Like
Right. Yeah, it's still very cold. Like you couldn't be outside for long periods of time, but like it's not that cold. I don't think I would survive living in that kind of cold because that's just not Yes, I'm used to Canadian winter, but not that kind of Canadian winter.
You're like, I'm not that kind of Canadian.
No, 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 nope. Always live near the ocean. Opened my phone to respond to emails and got super distracted. This happens to me all the time. My new thing that I've been doing is catching up on like Voxers and messages on the walking pad so that I feel like I'm at least feeling accomplished, even though maybe I'm like kind of falling down, like answer a couple messages, falling down a TikTok rabbit hole or whatever. At least I'm like, I feel like I'm still like getting steps in or doing something somewhat productive while I'm doing it.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Because otherwise, it's like, you're going to be doing something while on the walking pad.
100%.
And
You're not just going to stare at the wall,
right.
walking to nowhere.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, that's someone asked me once because I was like, oh, they texted me and I was like, oh, yeah, I'm walking. And I thought I said on the walking pad, but I must have just said walking. They're like, oh, where are you going? And I was like, oh, nowhere. And I like sent a picture of just like my wall. Like, no, I'm doing no things. Fam is home, ended up making banana bread. That sounds lovely. Have a good family time. Thanks for hanging out today. Got to chapter 27. Rainy's back. 60% of Songbirds. An hour and a half left. You can definitely finish that tonight. An hour and a half left. Because it's only 4:00 for you. So like, yeah, you got this, unless you have a really busy night with the kids, but which I don't know. Read 5 pages, but maybe finishing in the next sprint. Fingers crossed for you. I think we'll be able to get in 2 more sprints. I think if I can sprint math. Nicole does big, long sprint days too. If you don't know, Nicole does like 12-hour sprint days.
Yeah.
Which I the other day I said, I don't know how you do it. And then I realized I do 10 hours on Thursday. So it's really not.
I know. I thought about that. I was like, wait a minute.
I didn't math that. My final 2 hours is watching TV though. So it's really not as strenuous.
That's fair. Well, and in all truthfulness, it's not like I'm sitting there reading for 12 hours
100%.
straight.
No.
Yeah.
That's the thing with sprints is like, yes, it's 8 hours, but like out of that 8 hours, I'm only on screen for, I don't even know what it is, 2.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
Right.
it's
Right.
not.
Because yeah. And like I usually keep, because it's such a long day, like I try to keep
I do.
like the chat breaks to like 10 to 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. So that's, I think, kind of how I manage it. Like if it was like I was doing 20, 30-minute like chats every like 45 minutes, like
I totally agree with you. I think when you're doing long sprint days, because I do the same thing, I kind of let the timer keep me on track. Because if it doesn't, then I'm like, how long have we been talking? We've been here for 45 minutes. And that especially because I also am like parenting at the same time, I'm like, I need to go, Lord knows what is happening upstairs.
yeah, you can't be MIA for 45 minutes. Anything could go down.
Yeah, luckily mom's up there, so like it can't be too bad. But also grandparents do not follow the same guidelines that parents do.
Again, anything could be going on.
Anything could be happening upstairs, friends. I love snow. Greece rarely gets snow. That makes sense that Greece wouldn't get a lot of snow. Ate a late lunch and wrote my review for Songbirds. 30 pages left. A lot of people are very close to finishing books in like the next sprint or 2. Very, very close. Next sprint, I need to get some cover work done for 2 manuscripts. Never mind. Next sprint, I need to edit more of my author's manuscript. Looked at the wrong line on my list. I have done that many a time before, so that's totally fair. I told you Bethany gets the snow. The snow. Just a little, but the roads are terrible. Oh. I just got back from picking up the kids from school. I have to do a little bit of budgeting and planner update, and then it's reading time. That's fair. I remember a couple years ago when Texas got that big ice snow situation, and it caused so many problems because your houses are just not like made for cold. Mine is actually, we have the opposite problem with like climate change, is like it's so hot here in the summer, and Canadian homes are not meant to vent. It's meant to hold the heat in for winter. So like in the summer now that it gets like really, really hot, these houses are not made for that.
They're like, oh, great. Now your house is really, really hot still.
Yeah, it holds the heat in, and it's like I now live in an oven.
Right.
what we're made for. Need to finish Crown of Gilded Bones for a book discussion on Saturday. People talk of it, but we've not seen it in a decade. Wow. That's a long time to go without snow. I've never gone like a whole winter. I live in Canada. We don't go a whole winter without snow. Oh, yeah, you've got circus and Bible study. Okay, well, maybe I still have faith in you. I'm still on StreamYard for now. For now. I'm doing a split with a friend situation.
Well, and I know you guys in Canada like have completely different StreamYard things going on altogether, but I did see in my email that StreamYard just sent me a 40% off.
For the Black Friday? Yes, I locked into that last year. And that's how I ended up being able to, I was like, okay, if I split it and have that deal, it's not so bad. It's not great. It's not great, but it's not so bad. Also, I thought I said hello and then I went, no, I didn't. Hello, Christina. How are you? We know what you're trying to do. And we appreciate you constantly having the reminder. Most homes in Canada do not have like built-in air conditioners, like built into the homes. Some of the newer homes would have like an air exchanger, which is not really an air conditioner, but it does, cool it down in the summer, helps with heating in the winter. Like it does a nice like mix. But most don't have air conditioners. My home is 60 years old, so there was no need. It's been updated since then, but like still not enough to like put in an air conditioner. So we have like window air conditioners, but there's only so much a window air conditioner really can do. Yeah. So it's not ideal, that's for sure. I mean, it sounds like a fun night, to be honest.
Okay, so I have to back up and ask, like, is that like actual circus, like clowns and monkeys and elephants?
Well, Rainey does circus, like does the aerials.
How did I not know this?
Yeah, it's so wonderful. Sometimes she'll post videos on her like Instagram and stuff of her doing, and in her vlogs every once in a while you'll see like an aerials clip of her doing aerials.
I'm clearly not watching the right vlogs.
So, Rainey, you need to put a link to a vlog that has aerials in it so everybody can watch you do it because it's amazing. So yeah, Rainey like goes to classes and then does like shows.
I love that this is literally circus and Bible study. That's like just
literally circus and Bible study. Knocking on all the wood, but we haven't had snow yet, but it did rain last night and it looked a little bit like it might be, it's one of those ones where it's like a little bit between the rain, like it's right on the edge. Yeah. It's almost rain. It is rain still, but it has substance and density that could make it snow.
Suspiciously floaty raindrops.
Yeah. They're thick.
Right. They're thick. I feel like it's like the hippo from that what's that movie where it's like they thick. They chunky.
I know which movie you mean, but my brain is also coming up with the name.
Madagascar?
That's what yes. Yes. When I lived in Texas, it snowed and stayed for a week. Wow. Hi, Rye. Yes, drop a link, Rainey, so everyone can see you actually doing circus. Lily telling Danny just now, I didn't plan my trapeze routine for class tonight. I'm a chaos gremlin in all aspects of my life. But that's what I love about being friends with you, to be honest, because it's never a dull moment, Rainey. Never. You always have something cool and fun going on. Like, I just stay in my house. Like, the other day, I was like, I don't leave. Like, I do the same thing every day. Like, vlogs. This week's vlog is actually going to be interesting because I did actually leave. But, like, vlogging is sometimes a struggle because, like, my day is like laundry. Like, there's only so many times where I can film an aesthetic fold the laundry with me clip. you know?
But you're so good at it. Like, I have occasionally ventured into vlogs and, like, believe it or not, the vlogs you see on my channel are as good as they get
They're
because
great.
the reality of my vlogs is half the time forgetting to switch my phone to video, and so instead of, like, the aesthetic, like, coffee making, it's a picture of my coffee maker.
That's what I mean. Like, there's only so many times that I can film. Like, the thing is, when you are a stay-at-home mom, work-at-home mom, your days look fairly similar. Your tasks are kind of, I do dishes every day, like it's not fancy up in here. We are going to quickly get through the last few comments though, so we can get into a sprint because I do have to go cook dinner or people will start to shriek in needing food. So still can't believe it hasn't showed up here yet. I'm scared for winter. Yeah, I don't have problems with vlog content. That's true. Exactly. The sound that sounds like sleet. Yep. I spend a lot of time at home too. I have a kiddo with special needs and work from home, so I have embraced the leggings. Same. Same. I own like one pair of jeans. Like everything else is leggings and like athletic pants. And I do nothing athletic. So it's fine.
The truth. The
Right.
truth.
Right? Like we all understand. The stay-at-home mom life is very much the same routine every day because kids like the routine. We like the routine. It's just easier. I do not. Nope. Nope. People can keep those.
Mhm.
No, I don't live that life. Okay. Let's get into a sprint, friends. I'll see you in an hour. back. And before we get into how everybody did, I just want to say I came down from cooking dinner and Nicole, your setup is just so cozy looking. Like I was like, this is like a really fancy ASMR video, and I'm just gonna sit here and watch Nicole read because it was so cozy with your fireplace.
Yeah, I got cold.
It looks fabulous.
Well, good. I'm glad that you guys can enjoy it with me. I was like, we're now changing location because it's getting cold here.
I mean, you've had the snow, now it's the cold. Yeah. How did your sprint go other than that, Nicole?
It went well. I've finished pretty much everything I had to get done today. So I spent the whole time reading Oscar and Lucinda, and I can't decide how it's actually going.
You were kind of undecided at the beginning of the sprints too.
Yeah, I was more decided at the beginning. I thought it was going well, but since then, let's just say there's been moments where there's a couple having a good time together while looking at cards of people getting raped and massacred. And yeah, I was like, where is this going?
Where is
And
it going? Yeah.
I don't know yet because we switched point of views right after that. And
Interesting.
then there's another guy who's now going to dog fights. So I'm like, you're just going to add every like
Icky thing.
yeah. So it's getting a little like there's two parts to the story. So there's this one part where it's like everybody has something that they're really passionate about, but they're not supposed to be passionate about it, and they're not living up to society's standards. Like that's all well and good.
Mm-hmm.
But then intermingled with that are like these, oh, but this is the thing that like, they're doing that's not acceptable. And it's like, well, you're not going to convince me that that's okay.
There's no amount of convincing here. So like, what are we doing? Yeah.
So I'm like, so what are they going to do with these elements? Because like most everything else, it's like, oh, okay, like I think it's like Victorian times, and
Mm-hmm.
so the woman wants to own a factory and be in business. Okay, yeah, you be a rebel, you skirt that, but like, dog fighting, well,
Yep.
so yeah.
Yeah, fair. All I did in that sprint was cook dinner and just like talk with my family while I was up there cooking dinner. Cause that, when you're in the kitchen, so is everybody else, right? Like that, they all gravitate towards you while you're doing it. So that finished like 4 minutes before the timer was going to go off. So in the next sprint, I'm going to eat the food that I cooked. Now that
What
everybody
did you
else has
do?
already eaten it because they're eating now.
What was dinner?
I just did because when I'm streaming, I don't go too hardcore. So I just did like pork chops with like a breading on them and like a quick pasta like side. Yeah, it'll
Sounds
be
good.
good. I'm excited to go eat it. So we'll do the comments and then we'll let me go eat. During that, I may watch booktube. I may listen to an audiobook. It will not be this one because I'm in the middle of a short story in this that almost had me tearing up when I was reading it in the last sprint. Like I am obsessed with it and I want to actually like I don't want to be eating dinner. Like I want to take the rest of it in. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you don't want to be like choking up on your pasta.
No, I want to like sit and really take it because it's very introspective and I really want to like get all the meanings and stuff. So instead of reading that, if I do listen to an audiobook while I eat dinner, which I probably will, it will be Lords of Chaos, which is the 6 Wheel of Time book. I only have until Sunday to finish this book because it gets taken away from me on 9 a.m. Sunday morning.
Oh.
But I have gotten so far through this in the last few days. I was at 44% of this book yesterday morning. And I'm now, I think, in like the 70s, 80s.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. And then you
70s.
have sprints tomorrow too. So
No.
oh, you don't.
Nope. But I can read it tomorrow because what I'm really just listening at this point. I'm not really like looking at the book. I moved the bookmark.
Oh yeah.
But
So
like
you can like
yeah. So I can eat dinner. It says I have 9 hours and 48 minutes, but that's like Libby doesn't adjust. So 5 hours about.
okay. Yeah,
Not too
that's
bad.
doable.
By
Yeah,
Sunday?
that's doable. Yeah. Yeah,
Fine.
you can do that. You can totally do that. Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
so.
I will say that I am going to have to go at the end of this chat. I've
That's
totally
fine. Thank you for hanging out. Also, friends, if you are not subscribed to Nicole, why? You need to fix that. So Nicole is linked in the description box. So it's really easy. Just click, head over, hit subscribe. Nicole sprints every single Monday. So pretty much. Hi Jess.
except for this upcoming Monday.
Well, that's fair. So we're heading into holiday week for all our American friends. That next Thursday I'm sprinting on Thanksgiving, which is like for me, it's not Thanksgiving. So like it's not my Thanksgiving was a month ago. I personally, I think we've discussed this before, but I think it's so much better to have Thanksgiving in October.
I could see that.
Like
I
I
get
just
like
separate from Christmas.
yeah.
Like it's a whole separate, like you do Thanksgiving and then you have Halloween.
Yeah.
And then you have Christmas for like 2 months.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Really weird.
No, I could totally see that because like here it just makes it like a really long spread out thing. And then typically, especially if you don't have like both sides of your family close, it's
Mhm.
like an either or
Yeah.
you
Yeah, and it
know.
almost feels like again, this is from an outside perspective looking in, that Thanksgiving is like part of Christmas.
Hmm.
Like it's the
Hmm.
start of Christmas for you all. Like it's
Hmm.
almost like a part of it, where
Yeah.
for us it's very much like a separate
Separate.
because
Yeah.
we have Halloween between. Like you're nobody's
Yeah.
Christmas yet.
No, I would agree because like we even traditionally the Saturday right after Thanksgiving, that's when we put up all our Christmas stuff. So
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Gonna have some breakfast now. Was gonna wait till the end of the sprint, but I'm too tired, so heading to bed. Good night, man. You're probably already gone, but thank you so much for hanging out with us for the day. Yay for finishing to Jess. Right? It's so cozy. It's so it. I looked up and I was like, this is ASMR. Like it's exactly what we needed. Got 20 more pages edited and a total of 38. About to make dinner, but fighting the little one who does not want to do homework. I mean, I remember those days, but I also know as a parent that that's very frustrating when they just, the amount of time they spend fighting to do the homework, they would have the homework done.
yes,
It would be over. It would be.
yes.
Hello, Julie. Starting dinner. Don't know what holidays you celebrate, Nicole, but stockings would look cool over that fireplace. Agreed.
Except like growing up, my mom was an insurance agent. So
Fire.
all I hear when I think of that is like fire, like stockings dropping into the fire and just it all going up in flames.
That's completely fair. Like as an adult, you do think of those things more. Like I'm always like, that seems dangerous.
Like I'll probably do it anyway, but am I going to be like,
Yeah.
you will not see them simultaneously happening.
They need to be a little bit. Luckily, you have a pretty large like wall above. You could put them high.
Yeah.
Got to page 42 and started reading Gods Volume 1. All done working, making supper. Will miss Bones tonight to attend an event at my daughter's school. No problem, Bethany. Thank you so much for hanging out today, though. 66% into the book. But it's crazy this is happening, so I'm going to mute you guys. Yeah, no worries. If something's good in your book, always, we understand. Like, we get it. Only an hour and 24 minutes left. There is one more. I'm subscribed. We love to see it. Just watch the Did I Unhaul It video. Very good choice. Have a beautiful evening, Nicole. Hi, Jess. I think my son would rather have Canadian Thanksgiving so we could start Christmas early. That's what I love about it because you can start Christmas early. I put up my tree in early November, which you will all see a vlog of me doing a winter reset that is filmed. You will all see it the first couple days of December, but I felt like it was too early to put it out when I filmed it because I was like, because some people are like, I'm of the opinion that if it makes you happy and it's in your own home, like, you're not hurting anybody, do you? But I do know some people get very offended by early Christmas decorations. So yeah, they're like very aggressive. So I filmed it, but like I'm sitting next to a Christmas tree. There's a Christmas. Right.
You're like your stealth Christmas tree.
It's right there, friends. There's one there
Nice.
and there's one upstairs. They have been up for 2 weeks.
Nice.
Seriously.
Well, okay, so here's the funny part though, is that it's a gas fireplace. So like I can do this fun thing,
Oh, it has a remote. That's so fun.
but it doesn't make crackly sounds.
But you could put that over it with like some
I
editing.
know. I'd have to. I'd have to have like little background crackling.
Yeah. I just think like a cozy read with me video, I'd watch that all day long.
Oh yeah.
Very much the kickoff to Christmas and Black Friday. Exactly. Black Friday is kind of really makes it even like the start of the Christmas season because everybody does their shopping. Especially now with like Black Friday being such like a thing like online too. Like it's so easy to participate. It's not like when I was a kid, I remember seeing people for Black Friday that would have to like line up at like 1 a.m.
Yeah.
to get
Yeah.
things. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, this younger generation, they have no idea.
They
Like, we had
don't.
to
They
look.
don't know. They're like, we just add to cart.
We did too, but it was after like overnighting.
Like punching people out the way. What's for dinner, Julie? Calzone leftovers. That sounds delicious. Cold tonight, so I'm debating soup. There you go. A woodwick candle, and you've got your crackling.
Oh, what is that?
So what like it's actually the wick is made of like a piece of wood, so it actually makes the sound.
There we go.
And it gives you like the
Combined.
woodsy smell too.
Ooh.
A woodwick candle, top tier.
Yeah.
I get offended by early Christmas when it's July. I mean, fair. That's a bit excessive. You can play music or rain. Yes. Ate too much. Now I feel a nap coming, but I need to get a video out and continue with this blanket. What blanket are you working on? Is it like a genre blend blanket or is it like a Christmas gift blanket or is it just like a blanket for the sake of making a blanket? Like, I have so many questions. I really did. I was like, I have so many things to ask about this blanket.
You're like, that was not enough information.
I really got stuck on that. But with that, we're going to say goodbye to Nicole. Nicole, thank you so much for hanging out with me all day. It's been so lovely.
Yeah. I'm
We'll
glad we were able to do this and so quickly too.
yeah, we really did get this like put together very quickly, which is lovely. And we'll definitely have to do it more often because it's silly that we haven't. But I'm gonna go eat dinner and we're gonna hold on. First, I have my questions about my blanket. It's a knitted blanket. I made one for my grandma. My mom really wants one. That's so fun. I love that. Okay, with that, we're gonna go into a sprint. And this is going to be the last sprint, friends. And we'll come back, we'll do a chatty bit, and then we will end our Thursday of sprints. And don't forget to subscribe to Nicole if you aren't already. Okay, bye, friends.
All right. Bye, Brittany. Thanks.
Thank you. Hello, friends. That was our last sprint, but we can have a little chatty time. I still have half an hour before I have to go to Bones, although I doubt we'll chat for half an hour, but we can have a little chat still. How was your sprint? I ate dinner and then I did finish the short story in January's that I was on, which is possibly like my favorite. It's a very heavy story, but one of the best short stories that I have ever read. It made me well up. I immediately wanted to rewind the audiobook and listen to it again so that I could catch all the nuggets that I inevitably missed. So I may do that later because honestly, I think I'm going to, I don't know if I'm going to tab every story in this, but like, as you can see, I started near the end of the short story. I started tabbing just right then, but I want to go back and actually annotate that one. So will I annotate other stories in here? Possibly, but that's the first one that I'm like, oh yeah, no, I need to annotate that story. Like I'm gonna listen to that story over and over again because it was so powerful. So thank you, Olivia Blake. The next one that I get to read in this is in verse, which we love that. So I'm excited to read the next one in verse at some point. That will not be tonight, though. That will be potentially a tomorrow task. It also may not be a tomorrow task. It really depends because I'm starting another buddy read tomorrow, friends. Today I started the buddy read with Katie, so I'll have to do tomorrow's pages of the Paradise Problem tomorrow. I also have to finish Lords of Chaos before Sunday. And then I'm starting this chunky boy tomorrow. It's time. It's time to start When the Moon Hatched. So I also have a good chunk of When the Moon Hatched to read today. As you can see, I have it like tabbed of how much I need to read each day. And yeah, this is going down tomorrow, friends. I am excited and also nervous. Truthfully, I think I will actually like this one because I think the writing style is going to really work for me. But we will find out starting tomorrow. So between this, and also finishing Lords of Chaos, I do not foresee me picking up January's tomorrow because where that's short story collections, I can more easily dip in and out of that one than anything else I'm reading. But yeah. I will say I kind of regret this week I'm not vlogging. I'm not vlogging this week because I don't need another video. And also my tripod broke and I'm waiting for a new tripod to arrive. So it's like a little bit difficult to vlog with no tripod. I have other tripods, but like the one that I prefer to use. But I'm like, I'm reading books that are really good. I should be vlogging these. I will make some shorts and it will be in my wrap ups and stuff. So you'll still see it, but yeah. That's why I'm doing all these buddy reads though, is because I knew I wasn't vlogging this week and I could just like read whatever. Got lost looking at fireplaces. Nicole sent me down a rabbit hole. I'll just try and get a shower and dinner in before Bones. Bestie time. I just looked up what episodes we were watching, and I'm very excited for the first one because it's a memorable one. It's very memorable. I knew exactly what it was as soon as I pulled it up. Like I know every detail. I know who the victim is. I know who the killer is. I know it all. It all instantly came to me. That's how iconic this episode is. Thank you so much. Also, Christina or any of my admins, it doesn't have to be Christina, who's ever free to grab the link. I think the only person sprinting right now is Nicole. So if someone would like to grab the link for Nicole, that would be fabulous. I don't see anybody else sprinting. That does not mean that they aren't though. So if you know somebody else that is sprinting, I would also like to give the link, Christina, because I know that you know all the things sprinting. Feel free. Less than 100 pages left, but I'm super tired and will go to sleep. Sounds good. Have a good night. Got about an hour left in Season of Secrets, and I'll probably watch some of the Vampire Diaries. I need to continue. Amber, where are you in the Vampire Diaries? I need to continue this because what happened was Nell asked me to co-host Vampire Diaries months and months and months ago. I said to Nell, I would love to, but I've never watched the show. Is that a problem? And Nell went, no, that's not a problem. But like, we're only basing it off season 2. So like, if you want to watch up to that point so you know what's going on, that would be cool too. And I did. I started season 1 and I flew through season 1 and season 2. I started season 3, and I think people will know that season 3 is a different vibe. And I lost steam in season 3, not because I wasn't enjoying it, but I mean, I watched season 1, season 2, and the start of season 3 in like a week and a half. Like it was a tight time frame that I binged those episodes. So I got fatigued. So I haven't watched past season 3, and I need to do that. I'm somewhere in the middle of season 3. I honestly don't even know what episode. I should probably just like restart season 3. Start from there. Because I did just rewatch the end of season 2 when we did Vampire Diaries, because I was the last 2 nights, like the final 2 nights of the watch along, I was the host for. So I've seen the finale like just in September. October? When was Vampire Diaries, everyone? All the months like meshed together into one like entity. Finished a book. Yay. Unfortunately, it was just a 3-star, but you know what? A finished book is still wonderful. We have another finished book, 4 stars. Heavy read at times, but I ended up enjoying it. I knew a lot of people were close to finishing books, so I'm not surprised to see like a lot of finished books happening in the chat. Finished one homework. We finished a disguise a turkey assignment and made dinner. You are very welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. And thank you, Nicole, for hanging out with me today. All that is in the description box down below. Lexi is also sprinting. Why is YouTube not showing me that? Rude. Rude, YouTube. YouTube does this and it drives me nuts. It doesn't always show you everybody you're subscribed to, which is why I'm so glad that we have people like Christina who know what's going on. Thank you, Michelle, for hanging out. Caught up most of that last sprint and read some of my buddy read. Have a great night, everyone. Thank you, Christina. Literally, what would we do without you? I never want to find out, honestly. I never want to run a booktube channel without you. So, you know, I appreciate you so very much, and all my mods and all the people who show up here. I appreciate you all so much. But I am going to head off to my Bones Watch along with my patrons. I will see you next Thursday. I believe is the next thing I have public. But I do have 2 videos coming out in the meantime. Saturday, you will have Timmy's TBR, my final Timmy's TBR for the year. Was Timmy's kind to me? You'll see. You'll see. You'll see what happened. And then on Monday, I have a vlog coming out, which is can I judge these books by their covers? Where I read some Sprayed Edges books. And that was a journey, friends. I have thoughts on those books. It was a journey. So those are all coming out before then, but I will see you next Thursday for some more sprints. Have a good night, everybody.